The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So, what we did in the last stream was we got our water for our oil completely set up. That is pumped all the way up into our cooling area. It gets cooled down, then it comes into here. And this is just our infinite storage for the hot water geyser. At some point, there's going to be a pipe going up or down. We haven't really decided on where I'm going to put these, but we're going to be ranching all three all three puffed types. And one of them is going to be supplied by a mini spawn with just one electrolyzer. And the water for this is going to go into the electrolyzer as well. This water at some point is going to leave here and go past or next to the volcano and come into our oil setup, which as far as I know is fully set up at this. That should be disconnected for now. We were using this to vacuum out this entire area, and we are down to 75 micrograms. We'll call it 90 because it's still climbing. We should have chlorine and polluted oxygen here, and there's actually a lot of gas in there. Never mind. I thought we were close to vacuuming that out, but we're not. Micrograms will go away quickly, but at the same time, it's not done. In here, we have oil and petroleum because the steam had superheated the air in this area, and it flashed the oil into petroleum. At some point, we'll be helping that out. This is going to be going to oil to this point, making the liquid locks complete before it starts pumping it out. I put these doors in because the last time I did this, they broke tiles and I had oil going all over the place. This is up here just so that when the volcano goes off, it flashes into steam, creating us a steam bath in this area. And we should probably, while we're waiting on more igneous rock, start getting all of this stuff filtered out. How do I want to tackle this? I think the first thing we should do is try to mop up as much stuff as I can. So that's a little bit of ethanol right there that I can get. A little bit more in there. This, I know I can't mop up any of that. Might be able to mop up polluted water there. I can get some oil. That's not bad. And then in here, I'm pretty sure at some point I can mop up all of this. Or not. So, we should also start doing the tiles in this area to move all the stuff around. We don't need to mop up salt water. Again, don't need to mop up salt water. But as shown on Fapple Stream's age is no qualification. Taco, gotta be close in age. You guys might be. Your age at Fapple, being born in 1982. Wow, Regus. Are you really eating the cardboard on that box? Paintbrush was just on my bed biting into the cardboard. They can't get to that oil. Let's put in... And we'll put the ladders here. Alright, and this is for supplying that. We're gonna put in a second pipe on that. Let's get this pod there. That's only 5 years. Regus, time is never gonna touch me. We are going to, of course, bring the oil and just put it there. Let's put it up here. Like, we'll put a vent there somewhere. What I should do is make all the liquids go here. And I'm pretty sure when I start putting in tiles, it's going to delete some of these liquids, which may in turn help us. But I need to look at oil and volcanoes photo so I can see which one of these has the least amount of tiles. So if I go off of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah! I dug out an abyssal line that I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, I was supposed to keep the abyssalite here and then only replace that one with insulated tiles. Okay, that's where my confusion was. But anyway, we are gonna... I'm trying to play this as a different game. Once I can... There we go. We are going to use sedimentary rock and start getting all of these placed in. I'm going to not dig that out first. Actually, we can dig that out and then deconstruct afterwards. Now, there are some critters in here. We are going to set them up to be killed, but they're not going to be killed anytime soon. Oh, cool. They deconstructed that first. So if I go off of this, we want a tile. No, let's put the insulated tile first. That'll be how I judge off of where we have to go. Now, will this mean that I can mop up any of this? No. Alright, let's keep going up. Hopefully this is slowly pushing all the water out of here to the right. I don't think it's going to end up working that way, but hopefully it will. Let's cue all this to be dug out. And let's move this somewhere. Look at all that pee. It is not actually pee. It is polluted water given to us from the starting of the asteroid. Just a few holes in the abyssalite and that liquid isn't a problem anymore. I know, this is the only piece that gets up to this height that heat is actually a problem with. Everything else is at least one abyssalite down. So there can't be any heat transfers. Actually, that is pretty darn close. That's probably been injecting heat this whole time. I mean, abyssalite is slow at injecting heat, but it still does inject heat. And right here, that's why there's been steam this whole time. That makes sense now. All right, right here is where we're going to be putting the petroleum boiler in this portion, because this is the highest point where we can put a spike down, and it also has, I think, the largest, except for right here, it has the largest amount of lava before hitting obsidian. And as far as I know, it should be able to drain out so much heat that all of this turns into igneous rock in a way that it doesn't block that spike. Hopefully that makes sense. Alright, we're going to continue going up. I think we might as well also do it over here. You know, let's just do everywhere. This is where we're getting stuff out of, so we don't want to do it there. And we'll work our way over here. There's no more liquids on this side, so I'm not going to put any tiles over here. We're just going to let it drain out. But as we get to the right, we're going to be doing more. Eventually, they're going to kill that critter. We have ashes on the table now. Stop it. Who keeps attacking the monitor. So what I'm thinking of doing is putting the game monitor up higher when we do the 4 monitor stand so that the cats stop attacking the monitor. And I put like OBS and Firebot on the bottom too or something. Because if they attack this monitor again, I'm gonna use the spray can and kick them off the table. Alright, that's already almost done. And what I'm probably gonna have to do is put insulated tiles over here. Let's get prepared to do that by putting those there and grabbing this right there and right here. Alright, you've attacked the screen for last time. There you go. I don't even have to spray them anymore for the most part. I just have to pick up the spray can and they run away. This should be fine. You know, what I could be doing is putting in the pump over here. That is going to be taking everything out of here. How do I want to filter this? We definitely need a pipe going up. So if we do temporary pipe just like that one and do sedimentary. 2, that's 3, 4, we'll have to put it here. Oh, there is debris here from it getting too hot. You don't want that there. Is that petroleum? It is. Somehow this got heated enough that petroleum is outside. Keep going up. At this point, we'll go over and just follow this all the way. We're gonna need a bridge. I didn't mean to close out of that. Bridge there. Then you're going further up. And then here is where I'm going to put in element sensor. How do I want to do this? I think I want to go over one so instead of where it is. So if I cancel those, break those off. Oh, I can't because there's a bridge right here. Okay, you are going to not be made out of iron. You don't need to be iron. We're going to cancel that. Bring you over, up, in, out, and then that goes in here. We're going to drop off oil at the highest point, just because we can. Liquid shut off. It is going to have to be made out of steel because there's a lot of heat in this area. That's going to need power. There is a way to do this without having to use power. I am in no means needing to do that. And you're down. There we go. And then this is going to at some point go continuing upwards and get tied into all of this at some point. We now have an extra few tons. Welcome in, Naomi. Thank you for saying happy birthday. Let me catch up on chat because I can't see through this. You know what? Let me put the photo over here. I won't be able to check in on OBS, but at least I'll be able to read chat. I vote Riga, steam it up. We are going to be turning the liquid, the water stuff into steam. But I want to get the ethanol and oil out of this area. I also want to bring it up to the same level as everything's going to be. That there, I missed a tile there. That must have been a tile that someone dug, I guess. Like right there. Get all that. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the oil, ethanol, and the little bit of petroleum, hopefully. Actually, can I just mop that now? We didn't even try mopping the petroleum. I can get the petroleum out of there. But everything else, the salt water, polluted water, and the regular water is going to be turned into steam, along with the steam vents here and here. That's why I still have the iron volcano in a pool of water. They didn't do those tiles yet. That's somewhat okay. And then this is the last height for that one, so we'll wait to put in this entire run when these are done. I'm going to put this in now. And if they build that tile, I can put that one in. We'll look at that in a little bit. There's a little bit of ethanol in here, because of course there is. Probably from ethanol gas, that's why we move this over. So that when there's a liquid here, it doesn't drip in. And this is probably going to stay there forever. Alright, we need to somehow supply power over here. Actually, we can take off of here. Let's do that, because this is going to be temporary, so it's not going to always be there. What we do need to supply power to is down here. Let's go up to there and then straight up. That will tie into this. At that point, we're going to need 480. We're going to need an extra generator. Could argue that we need one now, before even having that queued in, but anyway. That's all together. Alright, we're on the last line for that. Let's go like this, like that. Then we only have a couple more tiles up to go there. This is deleting a little bit of liquids because it doesn't just push everything up. Hoping it doesn't delete too many important liquids. And then... what are the kittens doing? Oh, they're in the box with the paper from Amazon. That's what I'm hearing. There is ethanol over here because they were not picking up the bottles quick enough, and the ethanol bottles flashed into ethanol gas. So I'm going to go through here and try to mop up ethanol. You know what? Let's go liquid-wise. And go like this. Not on floor, what do you mean? Oh no, that was for the water. And then there's ethanol here, 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 and here. Then all in here. This is how far the ethanol gas went. Geez, it went all the way over here. Wasn't expecting that. Alright, let's get out of this then. Now that I know this is all ethanol, not water. Now, it did a noise, and I thought someone was trapped, that's why I paused. Apparently no one is trapped. Hopefully they do the mop sometime soon. But they are doing a lot of building. What priority did I put the mopping on? I did put it on a 7, so they should do that soon. They're already doing it. Alright. Cancel that. We don't need the water being mopped up. That's all the ethanol in there. That wasn't all the ethanol there, though. And a little bit moved over here. And the ethanol moved again. Oh, that was the ethanol from up here. Alright, where else are they mopping up? Yeah, they did pretty good over here. Oh, another thing, this swamp tried heart made me realize we probably haven't done an auto harvest thing on everything. You know, let's not go all the way over there. That should auto harvest everything there. There's plants here that I don't want on auto harvest if they're not already. There we go. Now we should be getting everything from that. They are doing water. Stop that. There should be no more ethanol in this area. That's just chlorine gas separating the two water. Ethanol there. Now they're coming up this way. Cancel that one. You're done. That's ethanol. If I cancel you, you go further up. There we go. All that's done. All that's done. They just have to go through this again. Alright, that should be all the ethanol there, except for that little blob there. Let's take a look. Once I can. Liquids. I am looking for a box like that. That's liquid chlorine, though. There's a little bit of ethanol right here. And a tiny bit right there. Everything else should be in the big bath. Okay, we also have an issue with our pipes already. So what happened here? Oh, I didn't set up the element sensor. Crude oil. There we go. That will push over here and then go into our liquid storage. That'll go up and over at some point. This is saying that it is in a vacuum down here. That's steam. How did steam get in here? How did water get in here? Huh? Oh, there was water right here. That's a slight issue. Alright, stop. We're gonna have to mop all this. Because that water's gonna be sitting down here, I think, when it all condenses. Or it's all up there. Alright, if we can get all of that water taken out of here, that'd be nice. Let's stop that. Is this... Nope, it's not on a 7. Now it is. Get all that water out of here. I am then going to tell them to sweep all this up. Emergency light. And since this is now a vacuum, we can deconstruct all of this. And we do need that power line there. This is going to be... Do I want it there or do I want it up more? I think I do want it actually up. Compared to where it is. We're going to deconstruct that. And I'm actually going to move this farther away. So that if this goes off, it's not immediately picking that up and making this more of a vacuum. So if I go off of the automation, it's going to be up here. Okay, this, we're going to make it out of gold. I'm going to bring the pipe up. That's not going to be vacuumed into space though. Or into the atmosphere, I mean. Bring that back down. Connect that back up. I can deconstruct that. And before it does anything else, I'm going to disconnect that. So now this should be a vacuum still, which it is. Only oil should be going in there. At some point, this is going to get ethanol in the line, and then it's going to stop, and we're not going to have to worry about that for a long time. There's a lot of oil in here. Let's continue doing this. Oh, we're getting more cobalt too. That's good to see. Because we're using cobalt to upgrade all of our wires here. Where did we get to? It looks like we got to right here. You know what? Let's go all the way up to there. Did I do the cords inside our base? I did not. That's probably another thing I should do next. Oh, we did some of them. Let's go all the way over. That's everything inside the base, not including the spawn. And then right there as well. Alright. Nothing on the right side is updated. Except for in here, I think. Ooh, this is actually connected in. So we have the small connections upgraded, but the long lines are not. So that should mean that this is upgraded, which it's not. Alright, let's upgrade that now then. Should have enough cobalt for that. Yeah, that only took 4,000. And then all of these should have been upgraded, but they're not. This is all good. This is not upgraded. And now we're getting to the point where I'm running low. That, no. And that's for the polluted water. Alright. We'll have to wait no more for that. Igneous rock. We have 50 tons. We should probably be able to do the entire pipeline. Bringing the water in. So this is the inlet for the water. That's the water. What is this? Oh, the petroleum. Oh, they put a little bit of petroleum in that already. I think we go down to this ladder line and then bring it over. So let's do it the opposite direction. Oh, not like that. 50 tons does not look like a lot, but it is. That goes straight in. We now have oil ready to go. And this is going to be set to above 500. That's just what I like to set everything to. There's no real reason. I prefer half a kilogram. You have no power, and that's not good. Because that's supplying stuff to food. Right, a little bit more over here. And you have no power. If I were to dig across here, where would it go? It would go to that height, so we would have to build upwards out of here. You know, I think we are going to bite the bullet and put in the tiles over on the right side as well. Just to help the liquid move. So if I... We'll put this ladder in as a placeholder. Oh, we actually don't need a placeholder because that's the height of the abyssalite. I knew that earlier. Okay, so height of abyssalite. We're gonna have to dig right here. And then everything below it. That's not abyssalite. This way. That abyssalite looked like it was broken for a second. Congrats, Gino, on catching the meow stick, which I think is supposed to be a cat. I know it says meow stick, like... obviously would be. Alright, that's everything we would have to dig out and also replace. So in order to get down here without having to dig out another thing of abyssalite, I'm just going to put a tile right there and they'll be able to go in. I'm not ready to open that up yet. I want to finish off this first and then we'll open it up. Once I do that. And then I need to change this to a 7 so that I can do that relatively soon. We are getting close to this being full, but the volcano is about to erupt in one cycle. Did we put in a pipe for this? We did put an outlet pipe. So hopefully soon that'll be ready. If we stop this from putting more oil in, and we come down here and set up mop stuff in here, we can get all the petroleum out of this. I would prefer not to have petroleum. Alright, stop. You can stop there, and you know, that'll let a lot of people in here. I wanted that to still have a little bit of liquid there so that it keeps a liquid lock. But I want to try to get rid of all the petroleum in here, which it doesn't look like I can, without getting rid of this pump and putting a mesh tile right where this spot is. I'm going to do just that. We're going to have to deconstruct that as well, so I can get in here. This should be set to oil, which it is. Grab you, put you here. And these should all be set to being locked. I don't know why it didn't lock them. The same with this door, it should be locked. Or else this happens. Now petroleum is up there. Which I guess is okay, because we can just go like that. This is probably ready to be put in. Oh, that's another thing. We made all of this out of obsidian, and I kind of don't want it to be obsidian, except for right here. If I were to change to igneous rock, how much of this could we change? You know what? We have a lot of obsidian. I'm just going to leave it like that. Now, if they could, I would like them to, you know, lock the doors. Let's go in here, mop up that petroleum. Let's also do a priority and put this on a 7. Maybe that's why they're not doing it yet. They got all the petroleum out of there. So let's move all this stuff back around. And I have 2 kittens at my feet. Now I have all 3. What are you guys doing? Boop. I'm touching it with my feet. Oh, who is behind me then? Nobody, that's the box. Okay. I thought Mama was laying behind me. Alright. Lock that. And then... get all the debris out of here. Why did you open the door to lock it? Okay, we're gonna need a pump. And we're gonna make this out of steel this time. Just in case this gets hot enough to overheat gold. And then this can be reopened. Oh, that's something I need to think about. This is probably going to have more oil than this can hold. Alright, this is green only if it is below the threshold I want it to be at. So if we go like this, that'll turn that off when we're ready to have the oil. They did finish all of that, so let's get in here. Get introduced to all of this liquid again. Gino and Sophie will dig that out over time. We're getting a little bit of pressure damage, which I'm surprised, because it still can raise, so I don't know why there's pressure damage. And they put in that automation very quickly. Wasn't expecting it to get done already. But anyway, as I expected, most of the oil and ethanol over on this side got deleted. Let's try to mop that. Can't do any of that. I am going to put a series of pumps over here that is just going to get the ethanol. Don't think we need this one. I think these work just like vents, or not vents, gas pumps, where the gas pump will vacuum out an X or a plus sign from right here. And I think the liquid pumps do the same thing. Meaning this one should be able to get that ethanol. Otherwise, I'm going to have to deconstruct the ladder, move it over one. But all we're going to do is... two liquid filters. They're going to be pumping out a full kilo each. I would need 4 liquid filters. Or I could do the liquid shutoffs and still have 4, but less power? Take up less power? So that'd be 40 watts compared to a lot more. Yeah, we're going to do liquid shutoffs. And these can be in the liquid, but we're not going to do that. I'm going to want it like this. That, and then every other. This is going to make sense later on. Back in here, I want liquid element sensors. Not that, I wanted automation. Ladders, they should be able to make that. They should be able to make this. I think they can reach both. In case I can't, let's do that. All of this I'm going to have being powered separately from all the pumps. But I am going to put 2 batteries. And then over here, 3 batteries, that's... I think we need 3. Or 8960. Yeah, we definitely need 3 for that. And then let's grab this. And then temporary pipes. Yes, sedimentary rock. We went up and over. Up, over, up, over. These are all going to be coming over here. This is very extreme for what I'm trying to do, but all this is doing is getting rid of the liquids that aren't ethanol. And then I want a way... or a place to put ethanol. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to redig this, and we're going to use liquid reservoirs over here. I'm going to do 2, and then we're going to merge the pipes as they go in. Bridge that in. That's the wrong spot. Hold on. Same here, down. And then you just get bridged over like that. This is gonna go straight up. We'll have to put a tile under here. Let's do it like this instead. That sounded like somebody got stuck somewhere. Mesh tiles. Entombed, that's different. We're gonna ignore that because there's probably gonna be more stuff that falls down. Over here, we're gonna go straight up. In. Whoop. Whoop. Did it again. And then a bunch of bridges. That's not where I wanted that first bridge. Oh, I thought I could get all the bridges in before the autosave. Oh well. And all I'm doing this for is the speed that it'll get all the ethanol out of here. I could just put 1 pump and wait. I am impatient and don't want to wait. Alright, let's grab more tiles. Start building this area in. You... ethanol. Wow, that's really close up to the top. I wasn't expecting it to be... I know it's alphabetical, but I wasn't expecting it to be that close. Like I'd see it immediately. Right, they put in the lines down here, so that's already ready to be used, except I don't have 1 battery. And I want there to be a battery before they start using it. I think we're done digging stuff out. We are going to have to set up this oil thing. And this is already filled up with enough oil to cut this off. And look at how much is still left down here. That's kind of a problem. Now this should still continue to get liquid because it's open to this level. But what I want to do is break it all the way open. Why can't you get there? They can get down here. Oh, that's 5 tiles. I thought this was just 3. Alright, now they'll be able to get over there. Kill that critter. Alright, there should be no more critters except for Pakus out of here. Okay, I'm going to do a quick ethanol look. I had a feeling there was going to be more. Congrats, Gino, catching another Pokemon. Alright, they're already starting to run on these to get power. I want to copy this to here. And if I look at this, that is bringing salt water into here. Because it doesn't have an output yet. Let's turn that off. That didn't turn it off. We'll be able to get the salt water out of there easier than it is to just put everything in it. Actually, is it just easier to put... No, because we might fill it up with salt water. Yeah, I'll wait. But it is getting ethanol, and that was this pipe, so it should be getting from here, maybe also from here, but I doubt it. And they can't get to all of these, so let's go right here. And I can't get to all of those. That should be all the ladders that they would need. That's the only problem with this. If they don't have a pipe letting them leave, all the liquids just go up anyway. If you did the other filter, the actual filter, it would only allow the liquid to go through, and if it had no power or no output, it would just stop the liquids from moving. Alright, how did they do with over here? Oh, some oil just fell down there. They actually just brought over the sedimentary rock for that. Continue building that out. Willow's not doing too bad here. They're even trying to do it from the right side as well. Let's make it a little bit easier for them to do it from both sides. Good job, Gina, digging more stuff out. And let's do our first prediction. So, is the pod in the top left corner going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to decide. After we do the prediction and get the result, we'll be taking a short break for the first time of this 24-hour stream where I feed the cats. You guys are going to see me feed them at least 3 times. Maybe 4. And these are going to complain until they have an output pipe, so I'm going to put that in. That way the error icon is at least not there. I don't know who's lying about being starving, but somebody's lying about starving. Alright, if they would do these two ladders, this would be open to more liquids. I'm happy with them doing this first, though. They did do these tiles. So I'm not sure why they're not doing the ladder. If they're able to do these. Maybe because it's not made out of the same material? Who knows? We'll put in more stuff in the build. Oh, why are you... they can empty stuff with it not having power. I didn't realize that was a thing. So we're gonna need a 5th pump over here later on. Alright, all of this connected in. Now that all the vents are ready, I'll connect this back in, even though I just disconnected them. And this should work correctly now. I'm only seeing ethanol go in. Is this going down? It is, look at that. So these do work just like the vents. That's going down quickly. These shouldn't be backing up because it's every other blob since they're getting salt water as well. That's another reason why I put them in at the same time. And then the only time we should have an issue is when this doesn't have power and these are still running. Right, how much more for this? I actually can't see it. Right, I need more than just one person down here. I could just, put like a coal generator or something that doesn't use manpower, but our coal generators up here aren't running non-stop, so I don't want to use coal that we don't have. I think we might also be getting close to, yep, dormant cycles of both of these. This is going to be dormant 10 cycles. And then we'll have 20 more cycles of not enough power. So we're getting closer to having unlimited power due to petroleum, but at the same time, we're not really going to be good for a little bit. Alright, put more of these in. How's it doing over here? How much is in this? 600. Oh, this one just went down one. And once these get all the liquid out of the tiles, I can get rid of the pumps and not have that much power going to them. So there's 100 in there, there's 600 there, they're all about 600. Yeah, there's a lot of liquids in these. And then we will only need one pump. Right there. I'm gonna put this in, but not have it connected in, except for power-wise. Actually, no. Do they draw power when they're not being used? Don't know if they draw power while not being used, so we'll just leave it like this. And I need to update the safety meeting message. I also don't think we need the announcement for our anniversary, which is today. Let's turn that off. We won't see that again. And we do have the new schedule updated. We will be streaming on this Friday, on Black Friday. We're going to be streaming until tomorrow at 10 a.m. EST my time, and then another 24 hours after that, we'll be streaming again. There's going to be 24 hours of no stream, but then we'll be right back. Right, 700 in there. This went down to 2 tiles. A sleep break, for sure. That's almost done. Alright, we're getting closer, chat. And what am I going to do? Because I don't think they're going to be able to deconstruct it right away. Actually, it doesn't matter. I was going to say I'm going to disconnect the pipe so that the liquid stop going up while they deconstruct it, but we can keep filtering through it before it's done. And right here, this should have a little bit of salt water, yep. And then this should be just ethanol. It's so close to being done. And it's done. Deconstruct this. Alright. That's a little less power that we need. What's going on here? Oh, we don't have an output, so it doesn't know where to go. We'll just go like that so that it drains out the liquids. And then we should be at the point where we actually only need 2 duplicants. And there we go. That whole line is done. We can deconstruct all of this. All of this. And that. Go up to here, get rid of all of this jumbled mess. Get rid of that. Automation as well. And then buildings. Oh, we have another one that's done. That's going to also need a bridge. I'm going to go like this on all of them. Just so that they have a direction ready for them. I'm actually going to stop deconstructing that one pipe. And we're going to keep this pipe here. Because that's going to filter in stuff that's coming in from over here. We're still getting a little bit of ethanol. Once this drains out, I will deconstruct only the bridge. And there we go. This one's done. I'm going to connect this in by power. How much longer for this ethanol? Not too much longer. It would get done quicker if it wasn't also getting polluted water. But I can now... deconstruct all of this. And this. Once they get rid of the pump, we'll do this line. They didn't even put in the bridge yet. There we go. Now that should be complaining about not having a direction. Now it does have a direction. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct. And deconstruct all this. Let's make sure that doesn't have a thing. And now all of that power. We can connect this over to there and out. And this is now done. Let's get that other ethanol thing going. Then we can get rid of all this and all of this. Wait for the autosave. Get rid of all this. Automation, buildings. Pipes going to there, and pipes going to here. We also need to get rid of those three. And that one pipe. Then at this point I could just connect them together. We definitely don't need all of those. And then this should get done very quickly. It's already almost done. And it's done. And this is going to also need a bridge to tell it which way to go. Actually, no. If it's done all the ethanol, we can just deconstruct it. And then they can't get in there, which is fine. They don't need to right away. We'll be getting over here anyway to build in our oil thing. Alright, let's do a regular pod. That's not a pod, that's a volcano. And let's take the fertilizer. And let's do a prediction. So, for this pod, we have 1,000 points in bottoms and 30 points in wallpaper. For the sake of the underdog, I hope it's wallpaper. Ooh, it's a decoration. Sorry, everyone, I'm stealing your 1,030 points. And let's take a quick break to feed the cats. So I'm going to place in these tiles and then pause the game. Anyway, let's officially start playing the game again. And I need to figure out how we're going to be doing this over here. So the first thing I'm going to do is rebuild these over here. Because on top of us needing to move it out of the way, I also want to filter out the liquids. No, I want to go the other way. Like that. And then this over here. I'll wait for the autosave. We're going to be doing another filter thing. Up and in, and then this can just go right where it is. Over here. Up and in. That on there, then liquid shut off. Element sensor. Little bit of that. And we'll deconstruct these and put the power over here. All right. What kind of gas do we have mixing around here? We have sour gas, chlorine, polluted oxygen, steam. That's chlorine. That's chlorine gas. What about ethanol? Ethanol looks like it's cleaned up except for right here, which dropped down because we're digging out the area. So that makes sense. All right. Let's do another line over here. What? Oh, I didn't put in the filter first. And it has no power. So we just introduced more ethanol down here. You know what? Actually, that didn't stop it. Or, no, it kept going, okay. I'm just gonna do the thing I should be doing. And use an actual filter. I need to take that out or else the filter won't work. And I'm gonna have to put a pump down there. It's definitely too low for the pump in terms of power. And this, we're gonna have to go up, and I'm gonna tie it into the output so that it's not going in and then coming back out. And paintbrush moved.
Hi, baby.
So, I have nobody at my feet. I have... Hey. I have Sophie next to me. And paintbrush on the other spot. Why is that going the wrong way? Since when do filters just release the liquids if it doesn't have a filter set? I thought it stops, it doesn't let anything through if it doesn't have a filter. That's unfortunate. Didn't know it did that. So there's now almost a whole tile of ethanol sitting here. And we should only need one generator for this whole thing. That's 240, this is 120, it's 360. What's still left in here? Only ethanol. And in here... Oh, there's no salt water. The salt water must have came out first. Alright, let's change how this is going in. We'll just go like that. Hi, baby. You gonna lay in my lap now? Hi. You know, you're the one that doesn't like your head being touched. Gotcha anyway. Alright, let's do it this way. Then the only thing that's being filtered is the stuff coming in. Hi. Where's your brother? Where's he hiding? How much left is here? Alright, there's a little bit more than half a tile. What if I bring this blanket and squish it in right here? That way you can't fall off if you move over. Gives you more spot to lay down in. Less than half a tile now. This should be emptying out immediately, and we already have one thing emptied. You should only have ethanol. I forgot what I was going to look at over here. The critter is now taken care of. Oh, it was the tiles. So if I come in through here, we're doing the last two tiles now. And since we should be able to reach those eventually, I'll dig them both out. Is this moppable yet? Yes, it is. Those are not. And they can no longer get down here, so let's put 2 ladders there. You know what? I am going to dig out all of this, because I have a feeling we're going to need a spot for gases to escape. What? Alright, we can stop that. since they finished this whole line, I'm gonna put in a little bit more. Deconstruct that. How's it down here? This is now empty. So we officially don't need this either. Or this, or even this. Get rid of all that. And get rid of all of this. All that water will just be reintroduced by going downwards. Put the ladder back there. And now this is empty, so all the ethanol is over here. Just to make sure there's nothing else in there. Yep, just ethanol. And the king got off my lap again. Where are you going? For a drink of water, it looks like. Okay, once they get through all of this, we'll be ready to start doing the oil stuff here with this reservoir. And that is going to take a few pictures to do. As there is automation and some vacuuming out we're going to have to do because this oil is going to come out very, very hot. And we're going to use it to get some heat. So, do I have a picture of it on my phone? Because that would be easier to do. It's not oil, not oil. Those are rockets. We'll be getting rockets soon. I do not have the oil pictures on my phone, so that means they're on the computer. Alright, I do have this. But what I'm noticing is that we probably don't have to do the cooling thing that I did before. I want to see how hot these come out at. I think it's close to petroleum temperature. They're almost done over here. Now they are. Let's do the next line. How did this get broken? I don't understand that. Once this is done... Oh, what happened here? Sand. Let's get rid of that sand. Because this is coming out at 300 degrees, so that's already superheated, almost to petroleum temperature. I last did a thing where it would cool it down and then send it into the petroleum boiler to then heat it back up. I don't think we need to cool it down. I don't remember why I did it that way the last time, but we're not going to do it that way. We're just going to tame the volcano, the geyser, and get it out of there. Actually, it might have been because of what temperature the steel pump goes to. Because this only goes to 275. So I think we will cool this down. Is this dormant? No, it's not. It'll be the easiest to work in if it's dormant. So let's build this thing again. We're gonna have to go down to here. Over and up, then right above it. Like that. A ladder here so you can get down. And I put a spot for 2 different liquid things there. So I'm gonna have to put in all the stuff on the inside before I do anything else. Trying to figure out how I had this last piped. So if we're gonna put a pump, which doesn't have to be steel anymore, so let's do this. That means liquid out. Alright, now I see what I did last time. Okay. So coming in here, bridge over, up, and snake it all the way around. Back to here. Uses all of our aluminum. We're gonna need a bridge. Just one. And then bring this up and in this also. Then we have an aqua tuner that I'm gonna put right here. Let's make it a little bit neater by doing that. Thermal sensor right there. Aqua tuner right there. Bridge. Automation. This is going to need power, and I have this connected directly into the main power spine. It's going to go like that. And I'm going to cancel those 2 tiles so that they don't build in there. I'm going to have to order another amount of aluminum. Hopefully 10 is enough. And then we have to figure out how we're going to get in here. So if I go right here, that should be enough to get in this. We're going to borrow one of these blobs of oil and put it right here. It looks like they're done with the food on the plate that's on the floor. You guys can't see it, but there's still a plate on the floor with food on it. And this is going to also be powered right there. If I grab that and relocate it to right here. Let's dig that out so they can get in here and do the rest of it. Oh, they're not going to be able to build those until they get done the whole thing. That's not ideal, but it should be okay. We might not have to put that oil right here. See, it's gonna go to here is the next ladder run. Gonna be a lot of power cord shenanigans right here. We also need to add power. That's one cord. We do here and then. Can I connect it in? Oh, I can, look at that. That's where the power cords are going to be. This is copied from a YouTube video that I saw a while back. I don't remember who it was, so I can't really give an inspiration person for it. Let's put in the tiles over here. It's 3 tiles then up. Okay. I don't think I can start both of them, just that one. And put a ladder right here so they can get up in there. This is actually going to be relocated. Oh, that's too much. That's also too much. That's not too much. That's going to be relocated there. Then we're going to need ladders. If I grab a ladder and we go straight down here. That's how it's going to be. I haven't put in any ladders going over here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5. That's already at 5. That's surprising. And the last one's right there. So we'll do something like that. Let's just put in all the ladders here. I'll let them finish doing that. Over here, we're almost done. We just have this. And that's it. Alright, so they should be getting that done soon. Luckily, we don't need power to do any of that. We should try and get the igneous rock, or the liquid down there. We need to actually make the petroleum boiler. This is coming out here, right above this. We just went straight down. We might be able to make it. So we're going to connect it in here. So if I just do a little pipe like that. This is just placeholders until we have the igneous rock needed to get it all the way there. So what they're going to do is they're going to prioritize this first. And this is going to pipe in on top of it. The geyser here does not give a lot of liquid at a time. It's only 1/3 of a packet. So we're not going to be getting like immense amounts of oil from this. But it's still a little bit of oil we can use. How are they doing on this? They did 700 aluminum. Apparently that's not enough yet to finish all this, because we would have a number here. So we might have to raise that to another 10,000 kilograms. Okay, right here. Put in one of those. And I now have the luxury of trying to vacuum out this entire area. And the water moved. Alright, so hopefully this will go back in there. Actually, we're going to need to cancel some of that. Instead of canceling, let's put a single tile right there so that when the oil drips out of here, it goes back this way. Yeah, they only have 2 more tiles over there. They shouldn't really be prioritizing anything else. Oh. Oh, that's for this. Okay. I had my pipes wrong. I thought the oil pipe was moving, and it's the regular water pipe going to here. And this is going to erupt in 10 cycles. And then go dormant after it erupts. So we're almost back to the waiting period. They got rid of that. Tile there, please. We're gonna need to sweep out everything. I also need them to relocate this. They're not doing it. There we go. Now, before you leave, can I get the oil? Oh, that was the oil the whole time. I thought it was saying chlorine. Empty that, please. We should get a double liquid lock in this way. Well, 2 liquid locks, not a double liquid lock. There we go. And also move the water over so we can just go right here and do that and that. I am now going to add a single ladder right there. That's mop, I want sweep. Get rid of all that. Hi, Mama. What are you doing? Why are you pacing back and forth, huh? Are you looking for them? You looking for your babies? Or are you going in heat again? No clue. I can't hear the cats when I have the earbuds in. I can if I have the headphones on, but not the earbuds. And I don't know if Mama is just pacing around for no reason. I do have all of the kittens up here. So she might be looking for them and not knowing where they are. Get all that. Once they get the debris, I'll make this into a room that I can actually vacuum out. Because I have a feeling that this debris at some point is going to cause an issue because it's off-gassing. Liquid phosphorus. Why is there ethanol up here? What in the world? How did this happen? Is that ethanol or water? That's ethanol. Alright, mop the whole thing up then. Alright, regular pod. Now, we have been streaming for a total of some amount of time. 3 hours. We've only been playing the game for 2 hours. So I think it's time for prediction number 2. So, in the top left corner, is the blue pod going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You have 10 minutes to decide, and I kind of did wait for the ads to finish so everyone could join in. So anyway, here's the second prediction of today's stream. Oh, we had a volcano go off. I hope you guys all win. Look at all that nice heat here. Just imagine, once all this stuff flashes, this whole asteroid's going to be a steam room. I just hope that the temperature spreads out evenly. Probably why people put temperature shift plates all over the place, but this is a lot of temperature shift plates. And we do not have the debris to do so. Even if I switched it up and did like sedimentary rock and obsidian, stuff like that, I don't think we have enough to do this whole entire asteroid. We would have had to start doing it from day one, placing it in as we go. Alright, they're somewhat getting there. They're not really doing this quickly. What are they actually doing? Oh, they're doing all the bottles. That's a fair point. I did tell them to do the bottles. And then the rest of the stuff should be mostly water and then liquid phosphorus, because that doesn't have a place to go. What do I have these set on that they're actually prioritizing it? A 9. Ooh. This is very close to overfilling. Let's turn that off. I need a spot that we can put the liquid phosphorus that it will immediately cool down enough. Let's put it over here. Anything that's a liquid that needs to cool down, we're going to put in here and hope that this area can cool down enough. And I am a little worried about this, even though it does have enough water. I'm gonna dig open another tile there. And we're not really going to tap into anything over here at this height, even if I dug it out. It's just this stuff would fall over. How hot is this area? 200 degrees because there's enough carbon dioxide that's keeping this up. Which I am surprised. I actually want this on gas. Now, with us not having this turned on, we have nowhere for the oil to go, so I'm going to put this on sweep only. Do I have enough igneous rock to bring this pipe all the way down? Whoa, that's not how I want to do that. 36 tiles? Is that what it says? 36 times 400. That's 14,000. We have 20 now. We can get this connected all the way downwards. We just can't connect it all the way to where we're going to go because we don't have that ready yet. So I'll do that, and we'll have to wait for more. Alright, they're still getting there. I think we are ready to do this. And if I get this, place that right there, and then it's gonna go so there, that's the roof. Alright, then to bring this up and out. High pressure. And we just need to connect it in. I actually emptied this out pretty quickly. And we could actually dig that out and have the chlorine get pumped out first. Because it would vacuum this out, then all the carbon dioxide, and then all the chlorine. Maybe. Who knows? This is going to turn on immediately. I'm going to set this to being just under the threshold. Actually, that's down low. Yeah, I don't want to cool it down that far. I'm just going to put this at 200. And we're going to change... No, I can't put it at 200 because that's water. Yeah. You know, let's put it at 90. No, because what if it flashes in there? Not 9,225. We'll keep it at our normal 25 and fill this with water. Maybe by the time that we get this ready, this will be dormant. That's how oxygen unincluded goes, right? I'm not going to analyze that until I uncork it, but at the same time, we can at least put it in. Oh, what happened to the oil that was right there? What? Move that oil over here. Empty it again. Hopefully this time it should stay there. Oh, I think I know what happened. It brought in hot igneous rock. Yeah, it did. That's sour gas right there. Alright. Doesn't matter how much oil we put in here because this is going to be filled with oil at one point. Let's just redo this. Empty that. And then this should get vacuumed out pretty quickly. I mean, it is already getting vacuumed out. Even though there's gas going in, it's still vacuuming this area out. Because the plus should be right here. And there we go. All the sour gas is over here. All 300 grams of it. Now, as we watch this go, there's going to be chlorine that's stuck here for a while, but then all this carbon dioxide should leave, and then all that chlorine will come back down. Unless we come over here and we just deconstruct that. Then the chlorine can go up and out. It'll also help with vacuuming this out. Can we get this done soon? Wait a minute, we don't have to get that. I was telling them to pick up more stuff than they needed to. You know what, they're almost done this. Let's put that back. Yeah. I'm starting to get the weird pop noises from my earbuds, so I think they're gonna die soon. I mean, we are already at 3 hours. Almost 4. We should be close enough to vacuuming out. How is that at grams and this is at milligrams? And it's not pushing down? I don't understand that. But okay. And it's the same thing over here. Am I understanding with how gases work in this game different than how it actually works? I think that's what I'm seeing here. So if this water wasn't there, the carbon dioxide would be able to mix in here a little bit easier instead of only being vacuumed out from here. But I think it won't do that until all the chlorine's gone. See, now it's getting vacuumed out for 2 different points, which means that this should leave quicker. Especially if we take a look at the furthest away point. Which is dropping about 1 gram per second, or maybe every 2 seconds. Alright, how much debris is actually in this tile? Sedimentary, lead, sand, bleach stone. And salt. Sedimentary, sand, lead, and salt. There's only 4 things in here aside from the bleach stone, which just got taken out. Good thing I caught that before it became a vacuum, because I don't think this is enough liquid to keep it from off-gassing. I think you need 100 kilograms. But anyway, this should get taken out very quickly because it's only 3 items. And they're all about around the weight that every dupe can take. So maybe 6 dupes have to come in here to pick up the stuff, but it should be done quickly. Okay, next thing I need to do is set up a way for water to get in here. So I'm going to go like this. We're going to grab one of these and not be able to place it in. Go like that. Oh, we also have to put in a way for water to get in here. So if I... Ooh, that's in the wrong spot. We gotta move this around. We're just gonna go down like that. And then that's gonna have to come from up here. Normally this would be a steam vent or a steam generator. Alright, it did enough that the sour gas moved a little bit. But we're still in a few milligrams. So we're not out of this yet. Alright, let's do another check to make sure that we got everything out of here. All the debris is out of there, so let's start building in the tiles. Change to sedimentary rock, why? We ran out that quickly? I am surprised. But anyway, once they build these 2 tiles, then this won't ever overflow. Actually, we can get in here now. We don't need this to be a vacuum for this to start running. Do I need any automation? Doesn't look like I do. Oh, wait. No, we can't even put water in there until that was dug out, so there's no point. I was gonna say we needed to add water to this pipeline first, but I can't. Let's get the last 2 pieces of oil or aluminum pipes in there. And this is only slowly filling up. And it's gonna stay cold when we are able to actually pump this out. So now this should be able to go around once these 2 pipes are done. So if I cue this up to be water. Let's not put this on auto bottle. How is this doing in gas-wise? It's down to micrograms. They didn't finish analyzing it. I think someone was there to start it, but I don't see the loading bar, so I don't know if they actually did do it. Let's sweep those up so that we can use those. Oh, they did the pipes already. Look at that. And they did exactly what I thought they were going to do and flashed into steam. What did I put in here to stop it from being steam? We're gonna have to take a road trip. So let's save. I might have put supercoolant in here so it doesn't flash. So if we head over to Stone to Space Setup, whenever it loads. The music stops, so it should be close. There we go. Alright, if we head down here, what is in here? Water. So water is cold enough to cool this down. Why do I have a gas going through here? Sour gas from the petroleum boiler. Because I don't know how to stop it from making sour gas. So I just threw that in here to cool it down. Now, how is this not flashing? It's going in at 20, coming out... The water going in is too hot. That's what's happening. So if we take a look at this, it's 63... Wait, what? It's actually not that hot. So why did it flash immediately? I need to see this actually working. How is it getting water? I thought it all flashed. I guess some of it made it around. Okay. Alright, this is a vacuum now. For the most part. Aside from steam, which we can deal with later. We're going to deconstruct this. We're going to put in the other steel plate right here. We're going to need more aluminum being made. So how much is still queued up? Nothing. Okay. Alright, they built that, or they deconstructed that, so let's build this in. I actually have to take that away, wow. Put this back in over there. And I need this to stay relatively empty. Because in a little bit we're not going to be able to vacuum that out. There's a crude oil right there. How did that happen? Alright, hopefully if we're lucky, no steam will be in here when I build that tile. Or else we're gonna have a liquid in there transferring thermals. If someone could do this quickly, please. I'm okay with there being water up here, but not in here. Oh, come on, don't just drop off the steel and then run away. There's chlorine in there. Or carbon dioxide. Can I build a tile right there? I can. They can still get in there. We're gonna delete that by putting in a tile. Come on, what's taking them so long? It's a build command, it's not like it's super hard to do. Thank you. That brings power back in here occasionally. And this got to the point where it's not overdoing it. Breaking the pipes, I mean. Alright. Deconstruct that. When does this go dormant? Oh, after it stops producing. Let's try and get down here and get all this water out of here. How long is 0.2 cycles? That's starting to overheat because it's not in the liquid yet. Before you guys go away, go right there. Thank you. Trying to find a way of putting a bottle emptier in here. I don't think it's possible to put a bottle emptier in there. So what I'm gonna do is put it up here. Because this, I think, is too close to producing another tile in height. Come on. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright, this is probably full. Put that in, hope that it doesn't break any pipes. There's apparently steam in there again. There's water down here. Thought we got all of it out, but we didn't. I didn't mean to deconstruct everything. Alright, it only got rid of one pipe. That's fine. We're gonna have to leave this open so we can get everything out of here. This is gonna have to be turned off. This is gonna have to be turned on. Alright, let's start building this in. We're gonna have to put in another way of fixing that turbine. Actually, no. Hold on. Let's just start putting in water. And having this get into a steam bath. We don't have to wait. How come this didn't say it can't be swept? That's weird. There's a lot of oil right there, isn't there? Only 2 bottles worth. Okay, it's not actually that much there. Eventually, this little room up here is not going to be there. This isn't going to be there. We'll be tying in over here. Actually, let's prepare for that while we can. We'll just go like that. The only reason why this is here is just to keep this as a vacuum. Can I cancel that and just relocate it right there? And then it gets swept up again. That way there's not 2 bottles they have to go in there for, it's just 1. Yeah, that works. I thought you were dormant. Next dormancy, 0.2 cycles. Now I'm really confused. Wait a second, why are we trying to sweep this out? Just empty the bottle. We didn't need this whole thing here. I just needed to get rid of the water and open the bottles. Uh-oh. The oil moved. Can someone come do this quickly, please? Alright, they're fixing the aqua tuner, that's a good step. Except for when you don't fix the whole thing. Build that. And hopefully we'll build this too. I want them to focus on one tile first to make sure that it goes in. Alright, there we go. Now the only thing that can be in here is steam. It might get hot enough to where it gets hurt, but it should get enough water that it won't. I'm gonna put that on enable auto bottle so that I can put in a whole portion of it. And if we actually move this over, we can put in our steam turbine and get some power off of this. Do you have too much water in here? You do. Did it already happen? It already happened. Alright. We're just gonna reload the cycle that we were on. It should only push us back a little bit to having to build into the rooms. Any day now. There we go. We can cancel this over here. We already know how to fix this. On that, this on this. Come in here and cancel this, but empty it. We do want the water to get out of there. And we'll start this being built in already. Cancel out deconstruct. Let the water get in here. Alright, they got all the water out. They're probably putting it in there, which I thought they would. Alright, let's place this here. Deconstruct that. Get the tiles placed in. Oh, wait, we can't put these tiles up here yet, because we still need to do that. Let's let them do this first, and then we'll get in there. Power. Steam turbine right there. You on water. Power right there. Alright, now we can place these in. Alright, and then this should push the oil out of there. And I'm just gonna let there be an extra packet of water in there this whole time. Yeah, it means that all the water's gonna sit a little bit longer. We should be keeping this relatively cool, even though it's coming out at like 300 degrees. And once they build this, that should release a little bit of power. They're both tied into the same pipe, so they're both going to be putting more water in here. That should stop this from ever getting able to overheat. So, if anything, for right now, we just have an extra source of power for this. And I'm gonna let this keep getting filled in until it has at least 100 kilograms. It's hovering around the 40s, I think. So we'll let that figure itself out. I think we are ready to start making our petroleum boiler. Is this polluted water? It is. We have 10 tons of igneous rock. That's an amount. It's not a good amount, but it's an amount. Let's bring this all the way up into there. Oh, I don't want it to do that. Hold on. We'll bridge it on. Just so that I don't mess up the pipe that's already there. Alright, so this is mostly all the way done. We have a little bit of sour gas all over the place, but we should be fine. We have another coal mine we could dig into if we needed to. So now, for the most part, all of our igneous rock that we're going to be getting from here on is going to be placed in for ladders only. So for the next few weeks, we should be focusing on digging this all out. And then getting ready to do our first side story. But anyway, let's start planning out the petroleum boiler. So I'm going to start doing the insulated tiles. Now we don't have to make it out of obsidian. I don't know why these are obsidian. They weren't meant to be obsidian, but we'll leave it like that. You know what? We do have a lot of obsidian. Let's make this all out of obsidian, even though it doesn't need to be. So if I go off of the picture... Oh, that's right. This was insulate. This had abyssalate. I was looking at a picture where it looks odd compared to this. So I actually want to be here. Spike going down. And then I can't really tell where this is going. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to drag. So going off the picture, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 leads to here. So that means if I place in insulated tiles, this would show us where the abyssalate would be. Goes to right there. Then over here, I go 4th tile. Why does this seem wrong? No, it's right. I do a double door. It's going to be a 4-block wide pool of petroleum because I thought that if I had more space, it would heat up evenly, but for some reason it still overheats and turns into sour gas. And if I do this right, we won't have magma come up. So now I need to count how many tiles from here over I have to bring this insulated tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 9th tile is another block that I need to place in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that checks out because I have a tile here and then a double wall right there. Why do I have a double wall? I don't know. Seems odd to have a double wall. That's where the spike is going to be. And I need ladders to get me up and over this entire area. So this is eventually going to be tiles, so I'm not going to put ladders there. How many tiles, how many ladder runs high? It goes up 2 ladder runs. So if I go there, that's enough. And then the same thing over here would be to that point. We do have the issue of all of this water in there. Oh, and we also have the issue of liquids being... No, we're going to flash all this. I forgot already. Is that ethanol? What? Ethanol, what are you doing? Was that ethanol gas? Why is there ethanol gas over here? Thought they picked up all the ethanol. It's slightly annoying. Anyway, we're gonna have to build in all of this. Oh wait, that needs to be insulated. You know what? Insulate that whole thing. They'll insulate that eventually in the future. We don't need it done now. And then as we go up, we'll be placing in more tiles. Whoa, not like that. Don't walk away, build that tile. Mima. Good job, Mima. I wasn't gonna yell at you, I swear. Deconstruct that. Willow, you almost got yourself stuck. Mima's gonna get herself stuck, or not. Willow. That's not how you build stuff. this is going to be 2 blocks tall. Oh, I need them to build that 1 tile. Then we're going to be working this whole thing up as we go, and then we'll come back in and delete everything after it's all ready. And I'm going to be using oil again, so we have something that doesn't flash in extreme heat. We might want to use petroleum later on. Now, why is this not getting power like it's disconnected? It's not disconnected, we just don't get enough power to run that. That's what happens when you put everything on transformers. That's why I'm trying to put some stuff not on a transformer. And this got cold enough to not be steam, really? No, we want 200 in here, not 100. 200 kilograms of water equals 100 kilograms of steam per tile. So if we can get that up to 200 kilograms, that's all the water we need in that area. 1 more tile. Alright, it did that. Let's go up a tile, and this goes all the way out. Fill that in. This is only going to be a single zigzag. It's not going to be multiple layers high, it's just going to be a single 3-stage, I guess you would call it. There's hydrogen gas right there. How? I don't know, but there's hydrogen gas there. Trying to get Gino to dig out everything on the top first, because we can reach the bottom portion from the tiles below it. There we go. The hydrogen gas should go in here. Or not. Just thinking about it. There we go. Alright, they're almost done all of that. We should wait. Alright, if they're here to build that in, we can keep going. What? You're not gonna... Regas! Finish the 2 tiles. Don't just start new ones. I am gonna have a lot of fun over here, I think. With all of these pipes. What's going on here? Oh, it's the cooling portion for it. That's water going down, ethanol going up, fluid water, salt water going down. I think we need to move everything to going this way. If I did that, how many tiles would I have from the volcano? I still wouldn't have enough to save us from going in it, so we would have to go around the volcano somehow. That's going to be fun to try and figure out later on. Let's continue going up. That's the last layer here. So we're almost to where we are connected into the actual petroleum bath. Or petroleum tub, I should call it. And this is the easiest way for us to move all the liquids and keep this as a vacuum later on. Otherwise, I would just pump out the liquids and not worry about it. You over. This goes not all the way over. Need that. We're almost there, chat. We're actually almost to the point where I can start putting the liquid lock in. Willow and Mima are doing their best job. So you guys can kind of see what's going on. We're going to have the oil coming from the bottom, snake its way all the way up, heating up in the pipes, and then it goes into a bath right here, or a tub right here. It then gets heated up the rest of the way to the flash point of petroleum, of oil. Gets turned into petroleum, then it snakes all the way back down before it gets pumped, or picked up by a pump here. In this 6 wide area is going to be diamond tiles going all the way down on both sides, and then 2 sets of doors in the middle. And then that's going to be controlled by automation to only allow in heat from the magma biome when we need heat. So let's connect that all the way over. Get this and go an extra 2 tiles. Because I forgot that there is a liquid lock in here that I need to plan for. So let's move all that over and cancel these 2. And I'm going to dig that out, not deconstruct it. Oh, they can get in from over there. Cool. Like I'm telling them to dig all that out. Because the next tile is going to let them go from this ladder over. Pressure. You almost fell off. Maybe I just wants to roll over in their sleep and almost fell off the table. Let me move this away from the edge a little bit. There you go. You pretty girl. Alright, more tiles. Yep. I'm gonna block in the liquid lock as well because of all this liquid. But we're getting to the point where there's no more polluted water in the way. Especially if we were to go in here and dig out all of this. So if we went like that, and then dug this out, the liquids could be able to move over a little bit easier. Because for right now, they're mostly just going to the right, or they're being deleted. And my earbuds are starting to ding for low battery. So I'll be switching to the headphones soon. And then... now we have the ceiling for in here. I'm skipping a tile there on purpose. So over here is going to be a ladder to get into this area in case we have to do maintenance. Right here is going to be a bottle drainer. So all that oil that's all around the place, we're going to be dumping it in here. Or no, this is going to be the petroleum. The oil will be up here when we're able to turn that back on. Alright, and at this point, we are now higher than the liquids on both sides, so all this should be draining out as we're going. Alright, now we're to this point. Oh, I don't need that. Go that across. Earbud was trying to raise the volume on a fully volumed out, or fully maxed out volume. Looks like we're now pushing all the liquids to the right. Oh, not anymore. We were for a moment there, and then they decided to build in halfway down the line. Okay, another carbon copy of this. The salt water is still getting pushed out. Once they do these two tiles, there won't be any salt water up here anymore. It kind of looks like they're deleting the liquids over here. Alright, here is the final tiles that need to be built here. We can now mop all of this and get ready to start putting oil in. Oh, there goes one earbud. Alright. That means the crown has to come off because I can't wear the headphones and the crown at the same time. What's this stuck on? There we go. And I still have the other earbud in for right now, but once that dies, it should switch directly over into the earbuds or headphones, which I think are actually working right now. So I'm hearing myself a little bit louder than I was before I put these on. But anyway, we are in fact ready to put in oil, so let's deconstruct this. A couple more ladders so they can get up and over. Actually, wait a minute. Cancel those. Ladder right there. Once we put the oil in and then deconstruct the bottle emptier, we'll put another ladder there. Alright. There's ethanol gas. Why is there Oh. A thing I knew was going to happen earlier. We also have a prediction ready. I don't want any of that. Let's do the prediction before I start going over my thought process of what's going on. So we have 30 points in tops. That is it. Hopefully it's tops. It is wallpaper, an aquatic mosaic. Unfortunately, I'm steering you 3 points. And we will do another prediction soon. Or should we do it now? Nah, we'll wait. So we're having ethanol pop out of the pipes out here because this whole area is way too hot. And they've been sitting for too long. If it wasn't sitting, it would be fine. So we will fix that later, hopefully. Why is there water in there? Oh, because of the water up top. Alright. Mop all that. This I'm going to put on a 9. Congrats, Gene, on catching the Gotharetta. Oh, there goes the full headphone. Yes, now I am fully on the headphones. Why did the game music just cut off? Oh, the headphone reconnected before I put it back in the box. That was weird. Anyway, let's get in here and deconstruct all this stuff again. Why would I be dropping off petroleum over here if we're putting it up here? Don't know the answer to that. But I am quite excited to get this ready. We also are having a bunch of our volcanoes go off. So we're getting igneous rock as we're waiting to do this. Are you playing with the curtain or are you sleep kicking? They seem like they were asleep. They were just kicking the curtain. Is there water being supplied to all this? There is. And it's also superheated because of how long it's been sitting here. That's not good. The same thing probably is going on with the oil. Alright, I just need them to get in here. Okay, that gets us down to here. Should probably tell them to deconstruct all of that as they're going. And then just place in the ladders as we go. We're probably going to need a lot more aluminum than we currently have, because a lot of this is going to be radiant pipes. Only about 5 or 6 tiles of the pipe is going to not be radiant. And I'm only putting them there because of where they are in my picture. And there's water in here. And now there's steam. I don't know how water got in there. Oil can't flash and make steam. There was no atmosphere inside. How did water get through the liquid lock? Dang, I shouldn't have abandoned wallpaper. Sorry, Gino. And they just now saw that. But how did water get in here? Oh, there's water right there. That's how it got in. It must have got hot enough to pop out of the bottle or something. There we go. All the water's gone. So we shouldn't have any issues bringing in the molten igneous rock into this area. I'm going to deconstruct those so that they can do those 2 insulated tiles, even though it doesn't really matter at this point. I just want it for looks. You know, I'm going to queue up another 20 orders of aluminum to hopefully prepare us for how much aluminum is going to be done here. If we're lucky, that's enough. There are 2 people here. Oh, it's just Willow doing everything. Enriquez did the perfect ladder for everyone to come down here and deconstruct all this. Willow, on the other hand, just dropped off not even a whole thing for the ladder. That should be all the ladders over here. They can get down in here now, once they build the ladders. This is already a liquid lock. So it's almost time to start cleaning up the area. Oh, this is also gonna have to be something else. No, it doesn't actually. I was thinking this was gonna get heated and then melted, but it's not actually gonna get melted. Because the petroleum would turn into sour gas at that point, before it ever melted the ladders. Alright, they're almost down. Now, according to my picture, it looks like I put all of the stuff on this level. So I'm gonna figure out how in the world I did that the first time. I think I probably dug over to the side. You're on the keyboard, little one. And you closed things. And you rolled over. Alright, so somehow this has got a buried object in it, huh? Don't know how that happened. Anyway, we need to grab mechanized airlock, steel, there and there. Now I need to figure out how in the world I built that without making lava come up. So I have a feeling I went like this. Because this is where the spike is going to be. Then how do I dig these? We're gonna see what happens. Did I just pause or did I just unpause it? I paused it, okay. I don't think that's how I did this. I am just going to tell them to do one door and see what happens. Oh, they're gonna need a place to stand. I guess we'll just go one more ladder down. There was a waterweed seed in abyssalite. Can they dig that tile from far away? I have no idea if they can build that. Alright, I am going to tell them to sweep all of this. Okay, the lava's not coming up, that's a good step. Now that sedimentary rock is going to turn into the other stuff at some point. Bissolite. I'm fine with the bissolite being down there, it's not going to do anything. Alright, let's grab window made out of diamond for an immense overheat temperature. I'm going to cancel this one because I don't want that to be built before the door. Let's get that waterweed seed out of there. The little bit of sedimentary rock, again, I don't care about. But that seed, I do. What do you mean you can't put anywhere? You can be moved. Is it suits? No. Why does it say there's no storage available? No, it's top priority and it's red. Okay. What happened here? Why is there so much water? Because this broke. Oh, it broke because it was too hot. That must be where the lava's going down. It's not, but that's broken before. Alright. We can dig all of this out now. I'm gonna leave this one tile away so that this doesn't transfer heat into here. But that steel door is never going to overheat and melt. Let's find where that seed disappeared to. Oh. Okay, it went to where I didn't want it to be. Oh well. It's stuck down there forever now. Do they do anything when they overheat? Can they even overheat? I don't think they can. So that should be transferring even more heat into this door. And these are getting scary hot. I would like them to be picked up soon. So I'm not going to build anything else until they do pick them up. There we go. And this one, please. Oh, I should probably deconstruct these while we're here and doing a sweep. Why didn't they go down? This is on a 9. Why are you not doing these first? Oh, you can't reach it at all. That makes sense. Alright, now this whole side can be fitted with the tiles. Once that goes away, we can fit the other side with all the tiles, all the window tiles. And then we're gonna need at least 800 kilograms of steel. Because I'm gonna do 8 tiles of steel metal tiles. We're also gonna have to put in the automation and power to all of them. Okay, so if we're doing this correctly, we want steel. Now, we could have it tied directly into here, which I think we will do. So all of this would have to be steel. Then we have cobalt going all the way over to the liquid pump. And we have this go up to a transformer. And welcome in, Raiders. Is this a higher threshold? It is a higher power line. Okay, so that's why I have a bridge right here in the picture. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Codeman9000. For those who don't know me, we are doing a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space, where I play all of my games in a specific order to show off mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval games like Manor Lords. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2. We're now in our third chapter of space travel, so we're doing Oxygen Not Included as our main thing. We're also very close to start doing our side stories, so things that aren't Oxygen Not Included, and things that don't fit into a good theme. And what we're doing right now is making a petroleum generator. We are also doing a 24-hour stream today to celebrate both my birthday, which is today, and our Twitch affiliate anniversary, which was last Tuesday on the 18th of November. So I hope you guys are willing to stay for as long as you want, or as long as you can. Feel free to lurk. Get something to eat, get something to drink, yelp. Make sure to go up and stretch. And what were you playing? I still have yet to change my auto shout-out thing to tell me what you guys are playing. I'm going to assume you were either doing RimWorld or Oxygen Not Included. Dino Lab. That is neither one of the two things I thought you were playing. I have recently stopped into your streams over the this week, and was lurking for a little bit. Oh, the Oxygen Not Included Dino Lab. Okay. Alright, so in here, because I have no idea why I can't not make this make sour gas, we're gonna put in two vents, or two pumps. These are gonna have to be probably steel due to the heat in this area. Put one there and one here. And then these are gonna be powered on our main spine. This gets rotated like that. And then this just goes up into our transformer, which is going to be connected in to our main power. This does need to be steel. And the two of these, they're just going to connect into each other for right now. I don't know where I'm going to put the sour gas. Laboratory map with current DLC AK Cycle 11 asteroid. Yeah, I knew afterwards what you meant. Have fun at dinner time. Alright, let's get a steel liquid pump in. This is getting no heat transfer from that glass tile, so I might... No, I'm not going to leave it there. It'll look better if it's not there. We're doing some things for aesthetic, and that's one of them. And the next thing I want to do is deconstruct that tile so I can pick up the debris that it drops. Hopefully someone comes and picks them up. They're both made of igneous rock, so somebody should be able to pick up both of those two things on their way out. There you go. Okay, next step is metal tile, steel. Place in a bunch of metal tiles right there. Alright, and then I'm also going to be putting in the thermal sensor. 3 tiles higher, right here. And where does the automation for these go? Oh, the same spot where the power goes in. So when we put the doors in, I want to immediately be able to open it. Welcome in, Percuss! That is 2 raids within 5 minutes. Welcome in, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Codeman9000. On this stream, we are doing a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space, where we play all of my games in a specific order to show off mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on modern medieval games. We did a chapter on modern city builder games. We're now in Oxygen Not Included in our third chapter, space travel, and we're getting pretty close to being able to do our side stories, which are just games that I couldn't fit into any one of those three categories. Today we are building a petroleum generator so that I can get decent power constantly, and we are also doing a 24-hour stream to celebrate both my birthday, which is today, and also my Twitch affiliate anniversary, which was last Tuesday on the 18th of November. That just melted the cobalt. Is this going to melt too? I was told that automation does not melt. I think it's because they didn't build it right away. We'll mop that up and put it out here. So, feel free to stay. Feel free to lurk. Percuss, since you've been streaming for a while, make sure to get up and stretch, get something to eat, get something to drink. And also feel free to lurk. Knowing you, I'm going to assume that you were playing Vintage Story. I found out that a friend of mine, who is also a streamer, called Wasteland Puppy, is on the Elephant server. That was cool to see. I'm like, hey, I know somebody that's on the server with you. What were you playing for real? I do know that you're currently lurking. Hopefully you're able to hear me, so when you come back you can tell me. If not, I'll ask again later. There is a bunch of stuff over here that's off-gassing and annoying me, so we're gonna just get rid of all this. We have a special place for all that stuff. And it's just in a bin where it never off-gasses again. What was that noise? Oh, thank you for following. I need to change the noises that Twitch does for everything so that I can actually know what's happening. Like, I need a noise for raids, which we already have. It's the Cynthia's theme song from Pokemon Diamond. But I need a way to tell the difference between a subscription and a follower through just the noise. Alright, and then that, of course, would have made a cobalt block. Why, thank you, Brazil Pirate, for following. And I have more texts and emails from friends and families. Mom, you're not getting pictures of the cats right this second. Alright, hopefully they're bringing over more cobalt to this. I think I might have to cancel it and then replace it in. Let's do that just to make sure. So if I go like this. Because this one isn't overheating right now, so I don't think it ever will. Automation wires don't really overheat that way. We could also prevent it from overheating by deleting that diamond tile. Unless they're going to bring over just 5 kilograms, place it in, build it immediately. Thank you for the subscription, Brazil Pirate. See, that didn't overheat. That's at 45 degrees. Okay, so this right now is ready for the doors to go in, and I can immediately open the doors so it doesn't transfer heat throughout this whole thing. Oh, I can't do it yet. Hold on, let me cancel that. Deconstruct that so we can get the debris. Thank you for the 100 bits, Gino. We're testing all the sounds. Yeah, they all sound the same. Gino, actually, thank you very much for doing the bits, because that's a third noise that I need to do. So I need to separate following, subscribing, and bits so that they sound differently. Oh, and it looks like we're also in a hype train. We don't get them very often, so thank you. Is that petroleum? No, it's polluted water. Okay. Oil and gas mixed with steam kind of looks like something else. Alright, get this out of here before it turns into magma. And place in those 2 doors. We're almost out of here, chat. We do still have to put in all the pipes, though. If I just do this now. I'm gonna go to here, because that's what I can tell is aluminum. I can't tell if this tile right here is aluminum or not, but I can tell that this tile is. And I apparently made enough aluminum that we're not going to be in a negative. Ooh. The doors are automatically opened. That is the best possible scenario. When the doors close, they transfer the heat from the diamond tiles into whatever it's touching. So having them open immediately is what we wanted. So now next thing is even more steel tiles. And eventually we're gonna have to go around and try and get this ethanol back, which is gonna be a pain in the butt. Because right now we don't have enough power for it to get cooled down. So it's not circulating through here. If it can continue circulating, it won't overheat in the pipes like it is over here somewhere. Oh, they did that already. Look at that. Sweep that up. I'm going to put that on a 7. And then the next thing I'm going to do is not that. Utilities. We're going to put in... We'll put in obsidian. Just so that it transfers all the heat throughout this entire area. What we could do is put it in the middle as well to transfer the heat around this. I think we'll wait. Let's grab insulated pipes. Go like this, then grab this, connect it in. We're also going to need emptier. And just because I have it in the picture and don't know what it's used for, we'll put that in just in case we do need it. I think this is just to supply this with oil before we have stuff piped into it. I'm not sure. But anyway, we're getting close to having this ready. So this, I usually go straight down, which would mean like that. Now we do have a decent amount of igneous rock, but I don't know if it's enough for us to finish this whole line. So, I'm going to keep this separated just to make sure that we don't start using it right away. And I want to deconstruct that, put in a bridge, and then figure out how we're going to connect this all the way over. Because we're obviously going to connect it like that. Oh, we can get over without having to build any tiles. Look at that. Alright, just take all that out, and we'll be fine. No, we're not going to be fine here. We need 2 tiles there, because that's sand that's going to fall as they dig it out. So that's the oil going in. We now have the ability to create petroleum. We don't have the ability to take it out yet. That's going to be even more igneous rock that we have to wait for. We're getting closer, chat. We have a decent amount of cobalt, so let's try and connect this into power. Think we can do the whole run? I'm not sure. Oh, we can do even more. Look at that. Alright, since we have a lot of cobalt, what's another line that we can do that brings us closer to being done? So I think we did the line going up to here today. Yeah, we did that today. All of these are completed, so we could do the line going across to over here. We did that. We did things connected to the line right here. You know what, let's do the line going to our base to make sure that it stays working. So that right there was almost 4,000. If I go to our door, well, we can still go. Still going. Can I just go all the way? I can go all the way, look at that. So our base is never going to break any of the cobalt wires due to us having too much on the line. Let's do this pod, and while I'm thinking about it, and we had 2 different raids come in, let's do our final prediction of today's stream. Is the pod in the top left corner going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide. So that means everything on the left side of the base is cobalt and not cobalt ore. If I'm building anything on the right side, I have to do it with cobalt ore first, and then we'll upgrade it later on when we have cobalt for it. Our volcanoes aren't doing too bad in producing the cobalt that we need. I'm excited to use this. How is this doing? Oh, we were at 31 kilograms. We need to start deleting the atmosphere in there. Let's take a quick detour and look at how I did this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those doors. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then a wall. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wall ladders. This is where the ladder is going to be moved to. Not this whole ladder, just that little bit there. We can actually start putting in the door now. Two doors there. Oops. Once the autosave is done, I'll start putting in the tiles here. Now I think we're gonna run out of igneous rock to do all this. And I probably shouldn't do these yet, because it'll be easier to put in all the doors from up top and then start building our way upwards. Once they do this door, we can do the automation at least. None of this has to be powered. It just has to have automation for it. So we're gonna have to take another detour back to our other colony that we're copying off of and see what I set the automation times to be. Because when this turns back on in 22 cycles, that's going to try to come in here and be used, but it can't because there's too much carbon dioxide in here. Why did you open that now? I mean, I guess that helped. I was there already. I deconstructed this. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, all this, any liquid that's in here is going to be deleted in the future, so it doesn't matter if there's anything in there. Let's just deconstruct all of that and all of this. I think you're going to be stuck. No, you can get out through the door. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wall going up. There are going to be 2 timer cycles right there. I see timer delay, but I'm not sure what it's set to, so I'm gonna wait. Regus is going through every door just to get out. Now, they shouldn't have to go through a door to build the tile. They should be able to stand on the door and build it. But looking at Marie, I might be wrong. Let's do the next doors as well while we're waiting. And I guess we can do this too. That should mean that. Oh, these don't stop off-gassing. How are we doing over here? We're still building stuff in. What I can do is tell them to bring all the oil over here, though. So that we can try and get this primed and ready. Is there more bleach stone in here? There is. Oh, we took all the bleach stone off of this tile. Oh, we might have dug more out. That would make sense. Is that that's petroleum? What? Get out of here. It looks like all the ethanol has been melted out of this area. We can get rid of those. We're almost done this whole thing. We can actually cap this off now. We don't need to wait. Now, where is it going out? No, it's actually going all the way. But it's only bringing in a couple things of it. Oh wait, are we getting actually power for it? It is running more often now. Building melted. Radiant liquid pipe. Huh? What the heck? Why are they opened? Well, we have sour gas already, because I wasn't paying attention to this. Okay. Let's get a box ready for it. You could stop introducing more. You know, no, we actually need to wait for this to cool down. So that's actually helping. What is that? Oh, that's molten aluminum. Alright, I have a feeling that we're actually going to need more than one of these, and that's not in a good spot. Alright, we're at least now getting petroleum. Compared to sour gas, but that is 5 kilograms of sour gas in this entire area. It's an interesting sour gas boiler. It wasn't meant to be. At least not this early in. I wasn't paying attention to the thermal sensor, so when they dropped off the first packet of oil, it must have turned the doors on. This whole area is ready. Alright, this blueprint, nothing in it I want. The other blueprint is ready, so let's do the last blueprint of today's stream, and then we'll have to find out what we're going to be doing. Because we have been streaming for 5 hours now. Almost, and first hour we were just talking, so we've been doing 4 hours of the game, which is what I planned on. I was doing the pod. So we have 30 points in buildings, 394 points in decorations, 7,800 points in wallpaper, so nobody thinks it's going to be clothing. Chat, I'm sorry to tell you this right now. I can already tell it's going to be clothing. Who put in wallpaper? I don't know. Must have been someone. Then it happens at least 50% of the Petroleum Boiler is built. Anyway, I have let you guys sit long enough. Let's see the clothing item. Oh, it's wallpaper! Congrats! Usually when no one chooses clothing, it's clothing. So, unfortunately, you're winning back the points you put in there, but at least you're getting, whoever put it in, is at least getting like 420 points. Wallpaper, complete. So who did it? Who was the mean person? Yelp. Go ahead, chat, you can say it's rigged. You put in so many points and still won. Totally worth the gamble. Now, why didn't they fix that beforehand? So I put that on a 7. They should have been able to fix that. Weird. We deconstruct it. and then rebuild it. That should help. Oh, we don't. Oh, pressing all the wrong buttons. We don't want that. We wanted to go in here and then come out. Alright, so over time this is going to be vacuumed out. I don't have to worry about it. The temperature, on the other hand, is that cold enough for this to not melt? Yes. Yes. It's cold enough for this not to melt. So we're going to place this back in. Sweep all that up. Oh, look at you, Marie, being smart enough to use it for the pipes right there. Usually they're not that smart. Rigged 100% Brazil. You won over 1 million on other channels. Channels. I once did a prediction on Keby's channel, Who Knows Yo? And I think I won 35,000 points. And this was almost, at this point, 2 years ago, and I still have yet to use all the points. It is also getting very dark in here. And I should have, like, another 2 hours of sunlight. I think we might be having a storm soon. Because this is almost like golden hour night. Or light, I mean. Alright, they haven't finished getting all the oil in there yet. So we're still gonna wait. The issue I'm gonna have is this isn't powered yet because this transformer is not getting power. So what is gonna happen is that we're gonna try to flash or turn this on to heat up the oil, but then the doors are gonna be super slow, so they're gonna inject more heat than we want. And I think I just need to find a way to power this temporarily. So let's put in our usual temporary source. And that's 240, 480. Let's build it over here. So we need 2 generators. I'm going to put in 2 batteries just to make sure it doesn't run out right immediately. And we'll just go like this. This portion is temporary. Once we are able to use the petroleum and get it out of here and start burning it for power, we're not going to have any power issues ever again. That'd be made out of steel. Hold on a second. Oh, that's cobalt. This can be made out of steel. That's fine. These are going to be annoyed. How long until it gives me the first error? It's not heating up. Huh? Oh wait, these aren't in an atmosphere. Hold on a second, they can't be in here. They gotta be outside. See, chat, I told you it was gonna be temporary. Can I click on the button, please? I'm gonna go this way then. Cancel all that. Deconstruct all this. Deconstruct that. Any power lines in there. Yeah, once this is a vacuum, they can't be in here or else they're gonna break very quickly. And then these should be transferring the heat from in here out in the atmosphere, which is cooling it down. I once saw a YouTube video with whoever needs more than one... I don't know that acronym. Heavy watt wire. Never mind, I do know the acronym. Like even conductive heavy watt wire wasn't enough that one time. Someone said that they never ran into an issue with heavy watt conductive... No wait, that's the wrong wire. We'll just look at it this way. Someone never ran into the issue that heavy watt wires don't keep your power together. Or like you'll break the wire. I usually don't get into that issue because I don't usually have a lot on it, but I'm putting more on this wire than I am on transformers. 50k not enough, sour gas boiler, and a bunch of ATS. We should be fine. We have a lot of different generators. We have 5 petroleum generators, which are 1,000 watts each. And then the rest of these are all 800 watts each. We should be fine. When we bring the petroleum up here, we're going to be cooling it down and taking the heat from the aqua tuners from that way. Get a little bit of extra power from that. And then at some point in the future, we're going to be introducing heat to all of this liquid and turning this entire asteroid into a steam room. You just had one game where you had a lot of power. I'm just surprised that you were able to get into a point where this wasn't enough. Sweep all that out. Why are they not emptying more into here? They're prioritizing something else. Oh, here comes somebody. There we go. Good job, Regus. I think that was Regus. No, that was Gino. Yeah, that's Gino. Good job, Gino. Where is their oil? Bottles, I mean. I think it's just right here, but I could be wrong. Oil. There's apparently 12 tons of bottles. I'm going to pause for a second. We're going to go through this whole thing. Okay, that was all the bottles right there. Why is that? It's... Okay, weird. We're going to empty that bottle. That's down there. In the water. We're back up to there. Okay, that's not too bad. So there's 2 bottles of water, one in both of these ponds, and then it's all the oil in here. That one just got opened. What is this? That's water being flashed in this steam because it's not being moved. The same with all this ethanol gas that's in here. We're gonna have to find a way to cool this down so that we can vacuum. And you know what? No, we'll just vacuum that out later on. And the only reason why this bath is this little pond thing is there is because we have too many things in here that I don't want to flash. For example, the ethanol into ethanol gas. Trying to prevent that. But at the same time, the ethanol that's being created is going straight through the steam room, and it wasn't moving for a moment there. Why is it breaking over here? This area shouldn't be hot enough to melt it. That doesn't seem right. This is where a majority of igneous rock is going. Alright, no, this is flashed. What? How did the oil that was sitting here turn into petroleum that's 50 degrees? How did oil heat up to 400 degrees and then cool back down to 51 degrees? That's not... I don't know what happened there. We do need to figure out how we're going to get all of this petroleum out of here. This is temporary, so anything that we build through here is going to be... This is going to be bridged over it. And we want to bring petroleum all the way up here, trying to avoid going through the magma. This is the petroleum going into this area. We pre-built that. Maybe we just go... No, we can't because of this. We're gonna have to build our spaghetti bridge first. Oh, we actually don't need to make it spaghetti. We just go like that and then build a bridge downwards. That's easy enough. We can bridge... Oh, that's the wrong way, though. We need to going upwards. Same there. Bring that up. Bring this to there. Bring that down. We are going to connect that in after it gets built. After the bridge... Oh, there it goes. Take you off. Take that off. Bring you straight up. So that would bring it into this area. We then need to figure out where this is going to end up being down here. So I'm going to put another bridge right there. I'm also going to tell them to plumb it out. Okay, so this is 2 tiles above our floor here, so that'll be easy to remember if I go from here. We just go all the way down. Keep going. Oh, too far. And then I said 2 tiles. That's our elbow. So that's how much we have to build in. And we don't have the igneous rock to do that anytime soon. So what I'm going to do is try and get the ladder run going through here. Wait for the autosave. Because the ladders are, we can do 4 ladders for the same price as 1 pipe. Oh, it's going right through here. You know, that's probably going to be fine. When we get to here, so we'd have to put ladders here. Then we're in the steam vent area. Still going down. We're at a point where we can get cobalt, so we're going to take a detour into here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be the last cobalt ore that I know of. Going past another steam vent. That should mean that we're getting close. There we go. Alright, so up here, we're going to need to put in tiles so that this doesn't keep giving out more. And to help the water stay in here, I'm going to do it from the top down. And we won't dig that out yet. Everything else we are going to dig out, and that needs to go like that. Okay, dig all this out. And also this. And now, unfortunately, we only have 3 more things that we can tame and get databanks from. Every other building should have been inspected. We also put this in so I can cool stuff down. Liquid phosphorus, yes. Molten cobalt, yes. Molten glass? Oh, that's right, we're making glass. Right? Yeah, we don't need molten glass there. The liquid phosphorus and molten coal, what? Yes. We'll do both of those. Just in case there's melted cobalt somewhere else. And that's a vacuum, that's not steam. This, I think, actually needs more water in it so that it doesn't do that. But I'm not really going to worry about it right now. They did everything up here first. Oh, they also can't get up here except for going through this. Build 2 more ladders so they can get through the whole thing. Congrats, Jano, on catching the Remoraid. Alright, looks like they're going through here first. They are slowly building this in now. Should I tell them to prioritize that? No, this is dormant. Oh. Wait a second. We can get in there and analyze that. Might as well, right? Alright, what I had planned in terms of what we're doing next is watching a video that I've put together, because for those who don't know, I put all of our previous streams onto our YouTube channel so that if anyone wants to see the whole story from the beginning, you could sit through 4-hour-long YouTube videos and watch every stream since the beginning, which was the day after Christmas last year. And I have put together a recap video for most of the episodes where it went over what we did in the last stream and stuff like that and all the stuff beforehand. I have made a collage of every single recap video of those first 2 chapters, being medieval and modern city building games. And I have the video here ready for us to look at. So that's what we're going to be doing next. I kind of want to finish what we're doing here first, and then we can switch over to it. We have someone over here, Stinky, or sorry, that's Slicky, not Stinky. I didn't see the, oh yeah, the L is not capitalized. I thought that was a T, though, since there is a duplicate named Stinky. It looks like they're going from both angles on this ladder to get into it. Oh, we also have to dig that out. Are we able to open this up? I think we can. I don't see a reason why that has to be there anymore. There was a reason before. Whatever the reason is, we don't need it anymore. That's already been inspected. These don't get inspected. That's just the door. So we got a little bit of igneous rock from getting those tiles back. We picked up the liquid phosphorus. So if I'm lucky, when I can move, we should have phosphorus over here. Yep. And some uranium ore to use for radiation technology. There's a little bit of polluted water right there. Chlorine, yep. I had thought that we got all of the liquid pockets out of here. Oxygen. Carbon dioxide. Everything says gas. Alright, that's it for over there. Over here, I know there's a little packet of polluted water right there. That should be fine. And there's a little bit of water in the cold area that's not so cold. Did they finish the ladder? They have one more ladder to build, that's fine. What I'm gonna do is go like this. This little bit of water that's sitting here should be enough to make this a liquid lock, and then we can get in there and it won't off-gas as we're in there. Jugal now almost got done. Still have a little bit more to go on that. Oh, we do have this ready. Oh, and sulfur is melting. And I deconstructed the coal line. Polluted dirt. Why is so much polluted dirt going? Oh. Oh. I forgot it's time for our power issues. In order for us to scrape by, we need both of these geysers going off at the same time. We still have another 13 cycles before that goes off. And this is overheating. What did I just click on? What was that noise? I think the kitten that's near my mic was just snoring. I don't know if you guys heard a vibrating noise. Kind of sounded like someone was sighing. We're getting pretty close to emptying all this. We only have 7 tons left out on the map. We're getting pretty close to the point where this is going to start overflowing, which is what I want. I don't want the oil to overflow, but I do want it to get up close enough. Let's wait for an autosave. I'm going to play around with some of this. So pause, I'm going to flip it to below, and I am going to set this to be 50. Because it is currently above 50. Now I can unpause. Nope. Closed it. What did I want to do? I want it to be green now. Okay. So we had it right the first time. I just changed it. If I flip this to 100, now that it's at 108, what does the oil go up to by the time the doors open again? No, I'm doing this wrong. 150? So we're injecting more heat, 50's there. Still going up. It goes up about 20 degrees more. Flashing point should be 400, not 300. Actually, wait. I think I want to do this slowly because the last time I did all the way up to 300, I flashed it into sour gas because these tiles got too hot. We're also out in milligrams. We're almost empty over here. Okay, we're in there. We already picked up the data bank from right there, so let's just put in our 2 tiles there and then we can dig out that tile. How close are we to finishing this research? Nowhere near close. We still have like a fifth of the, or a quarter of the radiation, and then we're 2/5 away from finishing the databank research. Alright, nobody has a run on these yet. I put that on a 7, they should prioritize running on them. Now, I don't like how they're having to go up and down to get onto these ladders, so let's just do a ladder run going all the way across. I'll let them put the ladders in, and then we'll deconstruct. There is a Haunter in chat. I know I've seen Ghastly. Don't know if I've seen Haunter. I have, okay. Right, I'm going to take a quick look at where all of the oil is. 2, 3, 4, nope. 4, 5, 6, 7. Where is it? Here it is. I want to be able to know that the oil is somewhere over here. Can you guys hear her? Paintbrush just moved her head right against the microphone. I don't know if you heard a brush noise, but that was her sliding her head across the microphone, and then she just gave out a big sigh. Like she's been working a 9 to 5. Right, they did a majority of all of these, so I'm going to just deconstruct them now. We are getting close to finishing this game for today. A cat's life is tough. Are they going to pick up this oil and then bring it over here yet? At least they're building the ladders. Then I want to deconstruct all of those. Eventually they'll build those 3 ladders. Let's put in all of these too. Doesn't take a lot to do ladders. So that finishes up this corner. We are almost completely dug out in the middle of our asteroid. I mean, we have this little bit of junk. You know what? Let's fix this little bit of junk. Because then we can do things like moving stuff around to make it not look gross like all of this. Like doing that. And then that should allow us to deconstruct those ladders once they start building it. Did they finish over here? They did. Look at that. They built that in, so let's dig that one tile of clay. They actually did a lot of these ladders already. They still haven't moved the oil. I'm going to cancel this. Because they're almost done everything up here. There's 5 trips of oil in that bottle. And there's a lot of trips in oil in that battle. Never mind. They're not actually anywhere close to doing them. What they are close to finishing off is all of this. Reconstruct that bridge. They now powered the battery, so I can do 250 and not have to worry about how fast and slow the doors are opening and closing. It's near instant, so it only goes up about 7 degrees hotter compared to 20 degrees when it's not powered. Maybe that's what's happening in the background in my other save file. Maybe the doors were losing power, and that meant that it flashed up 20 degrees instead of 7 degrees. Bring this up to 300. We could go to 350. Yeah, we can go to 350. And let it sit there at that number. It's actually taking a long time to get up there. Oh, there goes Petroleum. This is what I mean, that sometimes it flashes too early. Now we got oil in places we don't want oil. Alright, you're going back down to 300. Now they're going to pick up the petroleum and bring it up to the infinite liquid storage. Oh, it looks like Willow just went live a few minutes ago. Well, not a few minutes ago, hold on. It was a while ago, my phone only just now told me. Alright, if we keep this at 300, it shouldn't state change. Maybe I should put in more than one thermal sensor. Like have one on this side. And then connect it in. Maybe it would help rather than it only focusing on this tile over here. Maybe if this side gets too hot, it flashes and stuff. I'm not going to put one on every single tile. I also do want to make sure that this doesn't automatically open the doors. Or close the doors, I mean. Alright, it looks like, for the most part, they picked up all the oil that's not in here, or not right here. That's actually most of the oil that we're being told we have. So this is all the oil we have right here. And unpowered door bugs wasn't fixed, was it? I don't know what the bug is. You'd have to explain what the bug was. I may have overlooked the bug and just assumed it was how the doors worked. As far as I know, they just open slower than when they're powered. I know they fixed the thing down here where you can't just like corner build a door and push magma away in a way. If you open doors with automation but without power, they sometimes keep conducting heat. Oh, no, that's fixed. That's definitely fixed. Like right now, it's not conducting heat if we disconnect the power. It did go up 0.1, but I don't think that was because of the door. The door itself is not generating or getting more heat, and it's actually not giving it to the tile. I'm surprised. The doors are at 850 degrees. And the more oil gets dropped in, the colder this is getting. So I think what you're talking about is no longer a thing. Alright, so all of this should be moved over, yep. And this is saying it's almost hot enough for the ethanol to boil. Well, it is boiling. Evaporation point is 78 degrees. It has another 10 degrees before it flashes into ethanol gas. Is there anything else we need to do before we take a break? Ooh, we have 20 tons of igneous rock. Tons is a lot. Kilograms is very little. Let's do some runs. Let's try and connect some of these. Ooh, that took half of our stuff. Maybe 20 tons isn't a lot. I mean, we could just finish up this. Oh, we can't. That's... We're gonna wait until we have more. Because this is probably gonna be... Well, if that was more than 20 tons, this is gonna be maybe 100 or something. And yes, I know I could just make it out of something else, but I want to make it out of igneous rock. I mean, that's not dormant, dormant, not dormant, not dormant, and also not dormant. So we do still have a chance to get enough. We'll take a snazzy suit even though we don't need it. Okay, so to recap what we did in the stream. We completed bringing over the water from here up to here, cooling it down, sending it in infinite storage, bringing it out and connecting it into the oil. We then connected the oil all the way down to this Leaky Oil Fissure and connected both of those into a petroleum boiler, which we have primed, and we're still bringing more oil into. We do not have an escape route for the petroleum yet, but that is coming. Once that goes up to here, we also do still need to build this up. Let's take a moment and put that in while we're here. So it is a double aqua tuner setup. Up this way, down this way. Okay. That's gonna actually be moved over a little bit. So it is going to be double cooled without automation. But then when it comes out, I'm checking its temperature according to my picture. Oh, that's not what I'm going to press. Who are you? You Sophie or are you Ashes? You're Ashes. I missed her. Are you going to go bother paintbrush while she's sleeping? Yeah, you are.
You're gonna lay right on them? There's not enough room for you.
Maybe there is. Right, anyway, this... Everything over here looks like it's one tile too far over. It is. Will that matter? No. Alright, so if it's going straight in, why is there a bridge? Because it isn't going straight in. That, like this, over here. And then I would assume it loops back out. We would need a bridge just for direction on here because it's two outputs, or two inputs. It's not going to know where to go. This is the end that can be deconstructed. And this we connect it in like that. We then need two bridges. Automation. That should be it, because the power's already in there. Alright, overheat damage. That should have been made out of steel. Petroleum's too hot. How do we get in there? You know, we're gonna let that sit. I'm thinking when we do come back, whether it's later in this 24-hour stream or in another day, we are in fact going to use a different type of debris to put in the lines, and then over time we'll switch it out for igneous rock. Because we're also going to need to wait even longer to get the igneous rock from here all the way over to our generators. And that's going to take forever. So I think we just use something else and we build it, and then since I like everything being made out of igneous rock, we'll replace it later. So this is where we're going to leave this episode of Still in Space. Let's take a screenshot for YouTube. I'm gonna now change the screenshot name so I know what episode it's for. Just in case we actually come back to this later on. I don't really plan on doing two things of oxygen not included, but we might. And that is 61. That can just sit there for now. Let's save the game. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.